Mhm. Hmm. Mm. Court is back in session. Yep, it's that time again. I didn't think I was gonna be doing this so soon, but I kind of was. Hello, everybody. If there's anybody out there. Hmm. Well, then, all right. Allow me to, you know, it's time for that segment where, I always like to explain what game I'm about to play at the start of every of my streams. So, today, this is going to be my first time ever. That's right. This is my first time ever playing both of the games of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'll be playing the first game. Of course, you always want to play stuff in order, right? Right. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. So, in Japan, the Japanese original title was Great Turnabout Trial: The Adventures of Ryonosuke Naruhodo, translated to The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. It's the ninth entry in the Ace Attorney series of video games. It was originally released on the Nintendo 3DS in Japan in 2015. It was ported to mobile phones in 2017. It is also the first half of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which was released back in 2021 for Nintendo Switch, PS4, and Steam. Game is published by Capcom, directed by Shu Takumi, and produced by Shintaro Kojima. Ace Attorney veteran Kazuya Nuri returns for official art. And the soundtrack is composed by Yasumasa Kitagawa, a Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, and Hiromitsu Meiba. Okay, that's cool. I got the gist of you know, of the game right there. Now then, sure, Chuck. Sure. Anywho, hi. So, so that was the description. I learned all that I wanted to know. Now, let's see. That's yeah. And then I remember I was so happy when both of these games were eventually announced, and then this collection came out back in 2021. I remember being, well, stoked, I guess, because, like, oh my God, new Ace Attorney, the Ace Attorney games that we were denied of, because this was only in Japan, and then they actually, went and translated it. I remember getting this collection at full price. I think I remember pre-ordering it. Yeah, I think there was an option at the time to pre-order the digital because it had like extra stuff in it, I think. I don't know. I think. It's been so long. And then I remember loading it up, checking out the menu, and never playing it because, man, before I started streaming everybody, I was in such a slump sometimes where I was like, gasp. I was like so lazy and wanting to play like new games. I kept on playing the same ones over and over. There was only like a few exceptions that I would make for like certain games, and I'm like, yeah, and then like ever since then, I was drowning in the proverbial backlog hell, as it's called, and I amassed quite the collection of games over the years. And gee, I guess you might say it's been thanks to streaming. Streaming has somewhat motivated me into gasp playing these games. It's such a quite the thing, quite the thing. It is wonderful, I think, and you know, thanks to streaming, I've pretty much not only been, well, replaying the games that I have known, but streaming them for the first time just to show you how good I am at them. But doing playing these brand new games has also been pretty cool too. And hell, I've been even streaming like games that well, certain games that like come out and like hell yeah, I'll stream them first day they come out. And that's been fun. So anywho, yeah. Um do both. I'm sure the demo's not going to be that long. And then it just goes straight to Mega Man 10. Boom. I decided for you. Boom. Do it. Anyway, I'm gonna switch on over to my overlay. And before I go to my overlay, I'm gonna check out the store description. Oh my God, Capcom SGF deals everywhere. Yeah, I know. Um, join rookie attorney. No, wait. Whoops. I loaded I checked out the wrong thing. Whoopsie doodle. Oh, because I was checking something on the previous collection. All right, hang on. Here we go. All right. Immerse yourself in a dramatic yet charming and witty world of evidence gathering, deduction, and courtroom battles with this double pack of the adventures of rookie lawyer Renosuke. Okay, let's see. Reviews. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles as a unified duology really captures everything that draws players into this series in the first place. From a site that I will not acknowledge. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles tells one slow, cohesive story that builds to a stellar payoff. 8 out of 10, GameSpot. Uh, the previous people that I said I was gonna say their name, 9 out of 10. Um, let's see. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is a fantastic duology that visual novel and mystery fans will love. 9 out of 10, inverse. Okay, cool. This sounds fine. Like, think about it. I did the math for you. A demo, which is probably going to be like what, one or two levels long or whatever. And then boom, Mega Man 10. Just do both. Double the content, double the fun. Anyway, let's see. Immerse yourself in a dramatic yet charming and witty world of evidence gathering, deduction, and courtroom battles with this double pack of the adventures of rookie lawyer Renosuke. Set in late 19th century Japan and England, each title features 5 murder mystery episodes filled with all the drama, laughs, twists, and turnabouts you've come to expect from the legally labyrinth labyrinthine legacy of Ace Attorney. Join Renosuke Naruhodo, ancestor of series mainstay Phoenix Wright, as he attempts to uncover the secrets behind an international criminal conspiracy and solve a hauntingly baffling cold case, while tackling a series of tricky trials along the way. Dozens of hours of attorney action awaits you. Oh boy, dozens of hours? You mean like my stream times on this series? In the course of each case, you'll speak to witnesses, examine evidence and clues, and attempt to deduce the dastardly intent, intent behind the crime before proceeding to the courtroom. In court, you will hear testimonies, cross examine witnesses, and present evidence. And of course, it wouldn't be an Ace Attorney game if you couldn't shout objection when you know you've got the facts and evidence needed to contradict the prosecution's claims and prove your client's innocence. You hear that? That's the only time you say objection. You don't just say it for fun. I take this seriously around here. Sorry. The game includes a convenient assistance feature in case you hit a dead end in your investigation. So even if this is your first Ace Attorney game, you can get into your amateur sleuthing adventures of ease. Will you be able to crack these clever cases? The game is afoot. Of course I will. It's my first time. I've played the other games up until this point. Note, the game can be played with English audio or with Japanese audio and English subtitles. Well, that's cool. But, you know, I'm just going to keep it all in English. Now then, I'm going to capture this stuff real quick. Cool, it's captured, just like that. This game supports an autosave feature. Please do not turn off your PC. What is the icon is displayed at the top of the screen. I mean, I wouldn't do that. Who would do that? Not me. Only a fool would do that. Let's see. So, let me check the volume mixer real quick. All right, it's maxed out. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Oh boy. I guess I'll press the any key button. Special contents. Oh look, accolades, gallery, auditorium, Taylor, escapades. Oh, there's extra episodes. That's cool. Taylor. Oh look, this is the alternate outfits. Iris's homemade suit. Well, Iris's. Oh, I have it off. Okay, so that's the homemade suit. That's cool. And here's Susato Mikotoba. Oh, homemade dressed. Yeah, much better. Herlock Sholmes. Sholmes is Japanese jumble mix. What in the world? He's got a kitsune mask. That's neat, I suppose. Outfits are only available for use in the Great Ace Attorney 2. Noted. Alright, so these can only be used in the second game. Oh, well, that's fine. Then I'll be playing the second game next month, so there's that. I guess for the time being, I'll just keep these all off. Auditorium, the gallery, accolades? Oh, achievements. Alright, select adventure. I shall select Great Ace Attorney Adventures. That's the first game. And this is, of course, the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve, which, you know, that's next month. So, what's this? I get to select adventure. Hold on. Oh, look, this is the episodes. Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. Episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Man. Episode 3, The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Episode 4, The Adventure of the Clouded Kokodo. And then there's Episode 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Well then, I'm going to be doing a new game. We're obviously going to be starting from Episode 1, because, you know, that's what you gotta do. Hold on. Let me, close out another tab. Alright. And then I'll... Hold on. Did I get Okay, never mind. Alright, I'm gonna start it up, everybody. Thank you all for your patience. And, this is it. Alright. I'm diving in. I have no idea what's going to happen, and that's perfect. Just the way I like it. This is exciting, and this is another reason why like for streams too. Like, you get to see my first time reactions, and they're going to be my first time not forced reactions. Because man, never mind. I'm not going to get into it. I assure you all that I am very no. Y'all know me. I am genuine. Don't mind me.
The
Anime.
Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Ooh, everybody, we got a murder.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Oh no, Renosuke killed a man. Episode 1: The Adventure of the Great Departure by Avenue Alu Carnaval. Also, I need to do a little timeout, everybody. Suddenly it went to full screen. 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants Antechamber number 5. Timeout, everybody. I need to fix everything again. I shouldn't have to fix anything because hold up. Borderless window. I guess there we go. Was everybody able to see that previous scene? I hope. Hang on, everybody. I'm going to review my VOD real quick because when I started up the game, it it went to full screen after I went to the cutscene. Hang on. Did it not play? Hold on. I'm reviewing my VOD real quick, everybody. Hold on. I'm panicking a little. I'm not panicking, but you know. Okay, yeah, it did play. Yeah, because everybody, like on my end, it went to full screen, and I didn't like that. I want to make sure it's, windowed, so that way, oh my God, why is it so? Hang on. I am adjusting accordingly. There we go. Perfect. It's as perfect as it gets. Except I don't like that it's not to my liking, the size. This is as close as it. Oh my God. Okay, I can still see my chat. So anyway, my apologies for the slow start, everybody. You know what? Maybe I feel like maybe I should start it up again. Or no. No, I'll just keep like this. All right. We're good. Okay. 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants Ante Chamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Oh no. We're in Japanese court. Oh, look at that! Bailiff! We get to see another bailiff model, everybody. Because if y'all remember when I played Spirit of Justice, we got to see you know, a bailiff model. That bailiff was cool. The what you call it, with the rifle. Oh man, and this is like old school like Meiji era, I guess. What? Oh no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Renosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Oh my god, this guy looks so cool. I like his hachimaki. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. What? Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given us verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Oh snap. He's got a sword. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. Oh my god. This dude is giving off like big like Ryu vibes. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Renosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha! There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Ah. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Renosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Oh. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing... So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. This guy's so cool. Like, that's a cool design. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Yeah. What happened? Asogi, may I have a word? Oh, Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. All right then, Renosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. Ellipsis, ellipsis. Ugh, this is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Renosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ooh, forensics. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you're no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that that permission will be revoked and never granted again. Oh no. What? Ah, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that preventing your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely. What will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So, allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. What? Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. Hang on. Surreptitious. Alright. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? No. Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Dang. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, Kazuma's dreams of studying... Hold up. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Oh my god. It's like sink or swim here, obviously. 22nd November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Oh my god. I like these expressions and these different views. So this is a courtroom. Oh my god. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Renosuke. It's about to begin. Oh no, what? What's he doing here? Is that his ancestor? And this judge here, holy. The courts will now hear the trial of Renosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. Auchi? Oh my god. This has gotta be Winston Payne's ancestor. And of course, it's like I said, the first prosecutor you're always up against in all like the first cases is always a freaking Payne. It's kind of funny I mentioned that Payne, but you know, Payne. Like, you fought Winston Payne, and then eventually Gaspin Payne, his brother. So I guess this is, well, as of right now, he's Aochi. I wonder if that's like a word for ouchie. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Renosuke looks so nervous. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I think I should go ahead and say answer I do. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear. Who said yes? Hang on. Okay. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I I would like to inform the court that I, Renosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. What? You'll be what? What are you playing at, Renosuke? Professor Nikatoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. Oh no. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that. Really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Nikatoba should have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Objection. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But wait. Ugh, I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again? Bernosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. Yeah, I was like, where's the court record button? I was like waiting for this, because I usually check it. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E for the court record. All right. There's no time to lose. Oh, there it is. The court record button. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead of E. Okay. University collar pin, proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. Alright, let's check people. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. Okay. So let's see. Kazuma Asogi, a second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Yujin Mikotoba, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Takatsuchi Aochi, the lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the cultural reformation has brought about. Okay. John H. Wilson. Oh, wow. That's a normal name. The victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. All right, let's go back. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. One moment. I want to check one more thing. Post-mortem report. So that's the autopsy report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Oh, can we examine it? We can. Victim, John H. Wilson, male, British. Time of death, 19th November, shortly after 2 p.m. Cause of death, single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. So maybe, I don't want to jump ahead, but I guess the bullet might still be in the dude's body. But we'll see. We shall see. Again, this is my first time, everybody. Never played this before. All right. Okay. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record that press R to present. Try it now. It's John H. Wilson.
Yes!
Yes. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor for the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
Oh, and there's the spelling of honor, like the proper spelling. Because in English, on the English language, it's spelled Honor. Oh, but I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh, okay. Renosuke was at the scene of the crime. That's a lot of extreme close-up here. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Hang on, I'm gonna see something real quick. Okay. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. Huh? I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Oh. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the case. State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death. Well, obviously, that was, Renosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Well, right here on the post-mortem report. Present.
Yes!
Yes. Well. Oh man, good thing I got my props. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. Oh man. And this is his first time too. Like, this is insane. It's like, no, it's cool. I like this. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh no. The Japanese do things differently. Shucks. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime.
Uh-oh.
You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Oof. I see the bullet hole. Thank you, counsel. The courts will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. Photograph of the victim. A photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. Well, that's what happens. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Let's take a look at it ourselves real quick. We clearly see the bullet hole right there. And that's a fine looking steak back there. And I don't know if that's grape juice or alcohol, but details, who needs them? Oh, this is cool. I can actually inspect that picture. That's cool. This is like a new thing. Magnifying glass. Alright. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Alright. We're gonna start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness. Who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened?
Oh, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Miko Toba? Yes, clearly. You're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant.
Yay, co-counsel.
Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Maybe, but any help you can give me will be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of evidence is reign in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats.
Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first.
No, he looks cool. He looks cool. I like that good dude.
Oh, look at that! Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Hosonoga. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonoga. Oh, Hosonaga, my bad. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnaval.
Oh no!
We just taught this dude and he's coughing up blood. I wonder if he has tuberculosis. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim sea crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, three days ago.
Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring, maybe, but aspiring. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there was only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. Oof. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. I mean, I still think it was a bad idea picking up the gun in the first place, just saying.
Objection!
Oh god.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Renosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
Ugh. If I may confirm, 1 point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, with thoughts question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No, there was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did he just say? Yeah, hold up.
And apart from the accused, hold on, there was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? What? Wait, what did he just say?
There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Renosuke? That's just not right.
When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello,
There was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Oh, snap. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? He did the little glasses push trope. I should interject.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant, as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Conscientious waiter. Alright. Oh. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. You're being a little suspicious there, buddy. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Oh man. Dude's coughing. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. The head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant's layout, is on the back. I'm sorry, but can you please stop coughing? Let me check the court record again, everybody. That dude that was coughing was a little rude. Teehee. Nah, but that's bad. The dude had a coughing fit there. Let's see. The head waiter's business card. A sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back. So there's the kitchen, and there's the entrance. And there's a red X. Okay. So the court has now heard a precis of the case. Yes. At the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. Bro, I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it. Professor Makotoba said it. And so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it?
What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Renosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Oh, snap. Oh, is this, if we're going by the timeline, is this the first ever finger point? Oh, snap. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Oh no.
Oh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once.
What? Oh my god. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir.
The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Aisa Noza, reporting for duty, sir. Aisa Noza? Okay. Aisa Noza. Myself, I find employee as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the effluence of our nation, Nippon, Korekuta, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the second district. Kurio Korekuto, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Yeah, an antique dealer and a soldier. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. Alright. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I am almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. I heard it too. So, this is decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. I heard a baby cry or something. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. Oh wow, this is the first testimony, and I'm going to be cross-examining two people. This is neat. I remember like, oh yeah, yeah, in the previous games there was Bonnie and Betty, and then I don't really count it, but
That one time you had to cross-examine Lamira and Machi Tobai, but Lamira was basically the translator, quote unquote. So, double witnesses. That's cool. All right. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Dude just pulled out a knife. Oh my god. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Renosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Coffee. Then, when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Oh. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. Once again, really dumb inspecting a gun. But whatever, it's the spur of the moment. I mean, so did Edgeworth. But details, who needs them? I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is. Renosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. Shut up. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare hold on. It is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Yes. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I am, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. I mean, yeah.
Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time.
Oh, shut up.
The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
This is a tutorial, man. The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright. This is where the battle really Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Renosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. We press. Isn't it obvious you have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements? How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Renosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then, it's all or nothing. Alright. Cross-examination. Finally, the gameplay portion. Hang on. Oh, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Renosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing E. Go through each witness's statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with R and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart, and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with a witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Aw. Alright, well before I do any of that, we're gonna drop a save real quick. That's the autosave. And I'll save right here. Alright. So, I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Yes!
Why? Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Oh, hold on. Before I do anything, I'm gonna check the court record real quick. Ayesa Noza, an army sergeant of the Empire of Japan who witnessed the incident. Kyuryo Korekuta, the owner of Rasute, an antique shop situated on a street corner in the 2nd District. He is a witness to the incident. Satoru Hosonaga, the head waiter of the European-style restaurant La Carnival. He was serving there on the day of the incident. Okay. I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention, anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beefsteak you mentioned, what kind of food is that?
Attention! Ugh. Ah, beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron griddle and served piping hot. Oh, if food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Attention! Ugh. Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal, tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative. Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Well, at least we learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what question to ask. Prime Presser. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. A koban, boy? A koban? You mean an old Edo coin? A day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day, with said item secreted in my bosom pocket, in the hope of an affluent cognoscente appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well, you little upstart cadet. You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination. No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I would engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman aside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
Yes!
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative! I saw you. Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. Well, that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. R. And double R.
My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, Cadet. Surely it's not really possible, is it? Do you think I'd have got to where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well, it would seem the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Oh no. The black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back. The cowardly little weasel? The back?
Yes!
So this black uniform university cadet, you're saying that was... I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in black uniform, Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back. And you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. What is it, Renosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. Yeah. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Damn. Sure, I will, right after I press this dude. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious Kurio. Oh, whoops.
Yes!
On your hands and knees, could you explain that, please? That's right. Spreading the arthritis I was, in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? The Koban, of course, the exquisite Hoi Era Koban coin. I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than, though it was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred. Indeed, myself, I did not. Oh, I had no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Alright. So I think we may have found the contradiction, inconsistency, as stated, as hinted. So, all right. So, the black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. All right, let's look through the evidence. Okay, I don't have to present people's profiles, so that's fine. From the back, you say. And from the back. But according to the evidence here, it says he was shot from the front, not from the back. And then, of course, here, when we check the post-mortem report, well, yeah, clearly this is the correct evidence. I hope I'm right. Photograph of victim.
Yes!
Yep, I guessed right. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir? I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense? What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here, in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma? What? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. Oh, wow. What? Sergeant Ayesa Noza. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Yep. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh. Oh. He has a baby behind him. What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard... Oh my god, that stock baby sound effect. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir.
What?
The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayesa Noza, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
Well, that's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh, snap. The gauntlet has been thrown down. And yeah, I mean, and considering that that dude is clearly like, it's the freaking, it's freaking Pain. It's Pain, like his ancestor. That's awesome. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand court's room. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh snap, inconsistency seer. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Aw snap. The origin of being an ace attorney. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
What? No, don't agree. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Okay. Oh yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you?
Indeed, the prized Hoei Era Koban. Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Oh really? Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No,
I see.
that lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself.
As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels, it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back.
Oh, how cute. What a way of words.
Like this wolf? Huh? My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Of course. Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Rinosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir, at once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative, the newest member of the Nosa family to rise up to the ranks, sir. Named Aido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Aido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Oh god. This is quite the character. That little snot nose, the pinwheel. Witness testimony. The true culprit, yes. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Let me see something. Okay. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched an Englishman over and out. These testimonies are certainly
Yes!
compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table.
You must have seen her.
You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
All right.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
Ugh.
It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Uh-oh.
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered to the court record. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table.
Let me take a look at this. Okay. I wonder what stain is that? Maybe blood? Maybe it's sauce? I don't know. Don't let me know. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. Yeah. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard have no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Auchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
Oh no. How could this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Rinosuke. It's not over yet. Hell yeah, Kazuma. I like this guy. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Ugh. Cross-examination. The true culprit. Alright. What do you think, Rinosuke? Ugh. Oh. What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No. No, no, no. Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose to either press or present against each of the witnesses' statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him on it with Q. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. Right, I see. The important point is, there's no sense in holding back. If anything, even slightly jars with you, press the witnesses on it and press them hard. Alright, got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone at the restaurant, I'm sure of it. And one way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove them right. It's time to press them all that they're worth. My fate depends on it. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the best way to, that's usually the best way. However, there is some instances where, unfortunately, if you try, when you're cross-examining someone and you try to press them on an irrelevant statement, you'll get penalized. Hello, case 2 of the second game, Justice for All, Turnabout Big Top. You can't press Mo on that one cross-examination, otherwise you'll get penalized. Yeah, that wasn't fun. But it's okay. I have the right to press on statements, especially if it's like relevant, like, that might be relevant or not. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Really?
Yes!
No. No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it.
I mean, we can't tell you're blinking because of those thick-framed glasses. You could be lying for all we know. Have what? Tension! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears in the very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman.
I think that says it all. Don't you?
Grr.
And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korekuta-san?
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Oh, really?
Yes!
No. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I'd pick it up off the floor. Like a dummy.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, bang! A gunshot rang in my ears.
Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. Ill. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you would expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency.
Ah.
It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hata Clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. Oh no. Is Hada Clinic related to Hottie Clinic by any chance? Please no. Please no. No. No, 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 no. And I think if I recall correctly, in the original Japanese version, I think that was the original name for Hati. It was called Hata. Or Hota? Hata? Hata Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation could be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder, what do you think, Renosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Yeah. Let's ask for it to be submitted.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is for us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Bro, shut up. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. The victim's medical report card has been entered in the court record. A medical report card from Hata Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. Medical report card. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Yeah, hold on. Okay. This is a medical report card. Can't examine it. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival. Already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekuta-san.
Indeed, alone he was the
Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
But I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one.
No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, No one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? Why aren't you... What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely, in other words. You are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But I... If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. I have no such proof exists. The prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Shasha. Excellent work, Renosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? Oh, sweet. You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use up, left, down, right. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using WASD, you can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use up, left, down, right, WASD, and space to inspect any areas of the evidence that looks suspicious. Alright, medical report card required for every visit. What? Hang on. I see. We examine this part first. I can't find anything out of place. Oh, okay. So, in other words, I have to actually, when it pinpoints. Got it. Oh. There's something else there. Oh, I can check that. Alright, we're gonna check all the things. Name, Mr. John Wilson, Hata Clinic. It says Hata Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Brr, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Alright. Is there anything here? Okay. The same text. Alright. I wonder how I can move the cursor of the mouse. I know how to move it around here. Oh. Okay. Dentist. Hata Clinic. Date, record number 372857. Uh-oh, dentist. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean, as long as I'm alive. I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less. For which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Oh, nice. I got a silly achievement for that. Alright. I guess we'll examine the corner of this page. Oh, nice. Alright. I guess we can check here. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. A record of dental work. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Alright. So now we have to check the testimony again. So I'm guessing this is going to be a really important piece of evidence to present on one of these statements. That's what I'm guessing. A record of dental work. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. Alright, yeah. And we can examine this part again. Oh, that's cool. We can also examine this again. In case anybody, misses the achievement. Which, that's the least bit of my worries right now. Anyway, let's look at the testimony again. Hmm. Hang on. Well done, Redosuke. We even have more to go on now. I still don't feel like the situation has really changed though. No discrepancies have come to light, and that's what we need. Oh, I think the situation has changed a great deal. We've come a long way. How so? Because we have just what we need. It's simply a case of using it to our advantage now. Then, do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere? The crucial point is the victim had been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot. That fact has not yet been brought to the court's attention. He's right. Thinking about Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time of the incident puts that particular statement in a totally different light. Always keep your eye on the progress of the battle. That's the only sure way to win. Alright. So. Hang on, everybody. I'm gonna take, a look real closely. So let's see. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment. Huh? Let's see.
Yes!
Oh, wait. Right, I also got this piece of evidence. Let's see. I want to click that. So wait a sec. A visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. I think this might be it. Because, yeah, the day of the murder, No, wait. No, that can't be right. No, right. No, he wasn't dining by himself, cause hold on. He was prohibited from dining because he was prohibited from, yeah, eating or drinking anything but water. This might be it. Medical report card on the statement.
Yes!
I was right. Yeah. I'm glad I paid attention to that for sure. Like, Adid, alone, he was the Englishman, dining all by himself. But yeah, he wasn't dining because at the time, like, yeah, right here, it says it right here. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment. He was prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. And the thing that was also served was carbonated water. I wonder if that still counts, water, carbonated water. We'll see. Well, I think, about what are you wondering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost, here, I'm the accused. Renosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right, and thanks for the advice. Horakuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon? You amateur. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
sure, but that's remember, Renosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. I agree.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. This is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who...
And it did the auto-scroll thing, which is so annoying.
There is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime.
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hana Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Yes. It's a freaking detail you overlooked, you punk. Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Yep. Yep. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Korakuta-san! What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. One moment, everybody. Just adjusting, real quick. All right. The victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Grr. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Arg! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plates of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about, or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. But Tush, wouldn't you agree, Renosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Oh. Okay. Okay, so we can rule out the victim. I don't think Renosuke was it. Maybe it wasn't the two witnesses. Or it could be an as yet unknown third party I could pick. Or maybe it was Renosuke. Because he was meeting with him. Hang on. The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as of yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
Oh no.
You will not let this go, will you? There is no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. Ah. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet, we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on this table. Yeah, because Renosuke kept pointing out there was somebody there. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it.
Arr!
We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. Yep. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Dang.
Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Yep. Perjury. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit? In murder? No.
Hold it. No, negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. Uh-oh.
That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman.
That's what they, told us. Of course.
Oh,
What? What did you just say, Korekura-san?
no.
You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman. Grr. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. No excuse. Order. Order. Counsel. Explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Of course.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Yeah, okay. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
That's classified. That's a funny animation. The baby's tugging on his mustache. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder? Are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Renosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. Uh-oh. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. Uh-oh. What do you say? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there was only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government. It could only have. Hold up. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Of course. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How could we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait. Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. Ugh, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Oh no. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Wait a minute. I think I might have an idea on who it was. Not Kasuma. Not the victim. So it's not either of these two. It could have been this dude right here, Satoru Hosonaga, the head waiter, because he was also there. Alright. Satoru Hosonaga.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Yeah. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Speak, Hawk. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
Why? If he truly were.
Come on, Renosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence. Oh, hold on. Would that be his real identity? Oh, wait a minute. The truth about... Hold up. Let me examine this real quick. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly. And that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Renosuke. Alright. That's the entrance, that's the kitchen. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here, yeah, it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one, yeah, okay. Alright, what about here? This plan of the restaurant is in the... Alright. Alright, what about behind the card? Oh, oh, look at wow. And they did hint at, checking evidence too. Says right here, boom. And look what it says. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Oh, snap. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. Well, let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. Oh, snap. The waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. A sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back, on the front, and it's stated that Hosonaga-san is a police inspector. Oh, that's sick. That's pretty cool. So had I not, because I was going to say, like, there must have been definitely a lot more. There's a lot more to inspecting the evidence in this game. I like that they took, the idea from, Case 5, the first game, about inspecting, like, the evidence and stuff like that. And then they also did it in the future games afterwards. That is really cool. So yeah, this is it right here. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence. Boom, right here, the business card. And the dude's not a waiter. He's a freaking police inspector. So we shall present the evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession. But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective?
Yes.
I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
Because you suck at investigating evidence. The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Uh-oh. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well...
Hold it.
Hold it. Uh-oh. Hold it. Uh-oh. He's got the glossy glasses. Inspector Hosonaga? Now we got 3 people on the stand. This is whoa. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. Oh, hold on. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. Oh, the glasses push. That trope. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say, you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant trader? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Well, yeah, he was working undercover. There we go. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But she will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the 2 witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Ahem, ahem. Uh-oh. Correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable.
As I suspected. Bang. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair. Beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. Yeah. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say? Remove the English woman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the English woman's presence in the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this English woman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an English woman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. I agree, it's not right. It's messed up. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime? I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student, studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
Good question. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise, namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration or our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. That's right.
Objection!
Shut up.
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Council. I will not allow the government of our country or any order to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Ugh. Inspector Hosonoga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Jazelle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. Hang on. Alright, whatever. Jazelle? Jaziel. Oh, okay. All these newfangled names. Okay. Jaziel Brett. You will locate this Jaziel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
Well, that means he'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. Wow. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Jaziel Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency!
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Yay, recess. I'm gonna go down the slide and go on the merry-go-round, play in the sandbox. You know, that's what I do on recesses. Wow. That was only the first part? That's insane. Hang on. I started at... No way. That actually took 3 hours. For the first part alone. I'm not complaining. That's just an observation. Be right back, everybody. This will be a good time for me to take an actual small, brief recess. I'm just gonna use the restroom and replenish my beverages. everybody. I returned. I got some water and I got some Coke to drink. Hang on. I'm gonna consume one more thing. I'm gonna have this donut bar real quick. And then we continue. Okay, I returned. All right. That was insane. Like the first part of the case, and I think I did pretty well. Like I did a little thinking and stuff. Of course. I'm also seeing like what's transpiring, and the plot is getting deep. I love it. Like so far, this is s- like without even finishing it yet, this has been a pretty good first case so far. Again, reminder, this is my first time playing this game. So, let me readjust real quick. All right, testing testing. We're good. We're great. Let me double check all right, we're good. We're good. All right. Uh all right then. Here goes. And now I'm going to continue momentarily. How long has it been? Okay. One moment. That's people that are rude that come in, keep my door open. Rude. All right. Anywho, 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 5. Excuse me. Excellent work, Renosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Jesiel Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him. Like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have. haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out to the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened to outside in the dining area. Hmm. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Miko, Professor Miko Toba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? Hmm, so that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place at that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to get into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Um, Kazuma, what? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you as a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright, then I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Alright. 22nd November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Courtroom 2. Alright. The court hereby resumes the trial of Renosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Ugh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. You got that right.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation flounders? Founders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Oh! You really have nothing to worry about, Renosuke.
Do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England?
Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy.
No, you shut up.
You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder, too. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here now, in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Renosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system. It exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Josiah Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency!
Weirdo. What in the world? She's got a pretty cool design.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Okay. All right. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as a head waiter at Le Carnival. But my true
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. I have no idea of their customs. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the only thing you're sure of. What? Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Renosuke, but the powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Oof. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Oh, she's got one of those ballroom masks. What? I can't read that. Hello? Oh, great.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what?
Oh, it's a different language. Okay. The lady says her name is Jezail Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled at UMay University's medical facility. I mean, she's a visiting research student currently enrolled in UMay University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones, the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Haha, you'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Renosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Oh boy. She says, yes. Really? All that's just to say yes? This could take some time, I agree. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one interesting, when you're the one who engineered her to escape, to engineer her escape. Yeah, interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Oh no. She claimed that she saw me shoot somebody. Order! Order in court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Okay, this is going to be weird. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Oh no. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Oh no.
Yes!
What? Hold up. I pressed a button. Hang on. This is a condemning testimony indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snowy white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Renosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh, but he's so annoying. I agree. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. I agree.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is mute.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words in the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Phrasing, wording, Brunosuke. I mean, this almost kind of reminds me of that one line that Phoenix said to April May, like, I would like to get down to her bottom. I mean, the bottom of this. Whatever. Okay. Okay, moving along. Don't think about doing anything rash, Renosuke. Well, I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Okay. Well, I didn't find the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means Slade was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Oh, that smile. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Yes, let us. Cross-examination. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Alright. Oh, I'm glad she doesn't... I'm glad, alright. He just says the thing. I thought she was gonna do that in between. That would have been so annoying. Alright. Let's see. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. That face, though. Alright. I was just fixing up a little guy here. He is Kazuma. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony doesn't make me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem very slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Alright. Alright, it's time for cross-examination. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right?
I can actually understand that. No. No. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such a wonderful logic, what a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hara Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so. So yes, she'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch, with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Renosuke, about the witness's last statement? I think it's very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, Uh-oh. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. There we go. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Renosuke. Ah, there it is. I'll go double back on that in a moment. After a while, the accuser came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Let me press that.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did was when I noticed him, was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry. Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese.
No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all supiku English.
I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at that. Auto scroll. There was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time, the highly suspicious lady in the stand.
That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel.
Dirty?
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy.
It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense.
The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally.
You verified it?
Yes, I immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctively remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not?
The Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps?
Think what you will. Well, if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation. But she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your officer told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. How about no? So she's maintaining that she got into an argument with the professor at the end of which she shot him, which is an in and out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement was very compelling. Yeah. Alright. We're gonna press her new statement. Alright. I ordered a beefsteak for myself and the professor, and I said, cheers, over a glass of carbonated water.
Yes!
So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak, that was for you, Miss Brett? The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it, the first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. Alright, so. Hang on. I meant to go back to the... Alright, so... this statement right here. I ordered a beefsteak for myself and the professor. Then I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Alright, we're gonna look. A photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front of the chest and subsequently died. A waiter's business card. Hmm. a bottle of carbonated water, and a steak lunch that could be seen on the victim's table. Huh. Alright, hang on. I ordered a beefsteak for myself and the professor. Then I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. So I'm reading this carefully. She said she ordered a beefsteak for herself and the professor. And I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. The crime scene photograph, maybe? A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. No, but it says here he wasn't allowed to have any kind of food but water. So is this it?
Yes!
No, that's not it. That statement is clearly odd. What appears to be odd is the way you're presenting yourself. Oh, pay no attention, Your Excellency. Humph, as you wish. Now kindly lower your head. Never. Not until I've proven that I'm innocent here. Alright, so that wasn't the correct evidence. Like, that wasn't like... I know this is probably the correct contradiction. I ordered a beefsteak for myself and the professor. I said, cheers, over a glass of carbonated water. So hold on. The crime scene photograph. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch that could be seen on the victim's table. So it's the photograph here?
Yes!
Okay, I was right. See, that was my... I was thinking that was going to be my first guess. Yeah. That was actually my true first guess, but I wasn't entirely sure. But yeah. So, hold up. I ordered a beefsteak for myself and the professor, and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. So, the crime scene photograph. It was a bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch that was seen on the victim's table. Alright, that's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd, very odd.
Dear me! What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ugh. Renosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Right, my bad. That's the contradiction. Yeah. There was only 1 glass at the table. Yeah. Yep. There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, Council. There's only one glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over menu type?
Menu TIAE.
Objection!
Oh, hold on. I'm trying to click on stuff and things happened. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over Minutai? What possible difference does the presence of or absence of a glass make of the case? Let me see. Menu. What does this mean? Manushi. Manushi. That's how you pronounce it. Refers to the small, precise, trivial details of something. Okay. That was a tricky word for me. Minutia. Alright. What pot solvers is it? The nitpicking over minutia. Jeez. Alright, sorry, Ruddy. I'm just adjusting my little guy right here. My little Kazuma. Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. Oh, really? But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? Nope. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Uh-oh. Sorry. I could actually read that. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who can blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? Yeah. What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the sea. Yeah, I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the sea. Oh, can't read that. Thanks for translating. It would seem that she slipped into it was seen that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass to the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case.
Hmm.
This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's... Hold on. Let's see. Deeper significance in her handbag. We're gonna talk about, I guess, the glass. If you ask me, it's the fact that she took the glass that has a deeper significance here. Why do you think that? Because it's the property of the restaurant. It's not some harmless act of pilfering, like taking a bar of soap home from the public baths, is it? You take soap from the public baths? What? No. I mean, that isn't significant here. It's very significant, but this isn't the time or the place. There are more important things to concentrate on now. I think maybe you should reconsider your position too. Oh, sorry. I will. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. Oh yeah, she did. I think henceforth we could consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance.
Yes, you're right.
Okay, we're gonna ask about the handbag. That was fun little dialogue.
No penalty here. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. That's right. She did say that. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga, Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Josiah Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Oh no. Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Aochi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Ahem. Oh man. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Nope. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Oh, really? Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. What? I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Oh no, another photograph. Hey, look. Oh. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. It's a nice handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's you can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhoro-san. Oh! Wah! Oh no. Back into a corner. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. Photograph of him. A photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. It shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. Oh boy. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Oh no. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Shut up. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Oh no, Kazuma. No, I don't like to see him sad either. What? Or anybody. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Rinosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. Come on. What? You mean this is it?
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. In fact, you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? No, that's awful. And Kazuma, his dreams of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. No. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
I just noticed that's the same motion where Pain taps his head and when he flipped his pompadour and gasp in pain. Except he's doing that with his fan. That smug little Renosuke Naruhodo. Having considered all the evidence placed before me,
Yes!
I hereby find you. Yes. Wait, Your Excellency. Renosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet. Oh no. Not at all.
Objection!
Amateurish. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time will be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
Oh, please. You better know what you're doing, Renosuke. I understand your objection, Counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we could glean any new information from this handbag.
My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
Uh-oh, snap. That's a cool animation. He's just tapping his hand on his gavel. But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, The trial will be over with immediate effect. Uh-oh. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photograph Print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You want to identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. I do see something, and I do hope that I am right. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. So I want to say this little detail right here, this little mark right here. I hope this is right.
Yes!
Yep. I'm so glad I pointed that out. Because I did see something when I first saw that. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Uh-oh.
Objection!
Oh, what are you objecting about?
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aouchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. What? Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, please.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Renosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to price this shutting door back open again.
Just give up counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Oh snap. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Hang on. Review the scene? Okay. I see. Now I have to link it. You know, I think I might have an idea of what this is linked to. I'm gonna take a look at the medical report real quick. I'm going to examine it. Because I saw something. I could have sworn I saw a mark somewhere. Pertaining to that. Let me check the... The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Let me see. I'm gonna look at all my evidence. I know this shouldn't be... Hold on. Let me check the... Oh, wait. The bullet was fired at close range. Wouldn't that cause a burn mark, though? And then... No, that wouldn't be it. Oh, wait a minute. Let me check the business card again. No. The crime scene photograph again. Nah. The medical report card. The photograph of the handbag again, maybe. Hang on. I'm just gonna present.
Yes.
Oh. Hang on. The victim's sperm is clearly related to this piece of evidence in the court record.
Objection!
Then explain to the court in 5 words or less what the nature of that connection is.
Well, it's obviously,
Thank you. 5 highly illuminating words.
what?
As I suspected, the rookie student is bluffing. Again.
Ah. Okay. You've been burned there yourself, Ryunosuke. Sorry. I do feel like I've seen the shape of that burn somewhere before, though. Look through the court record again. Carefully this time. Yeah, I saw it too. I know, I think I was right on something. Yes, I will. I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then. Alright. Hang on. I think I was right about the medical record, maybe?
Yes! Objection!
No. That wasn't it. That's fine. It was the... Hang on.
Yes! Objection!
Nope. No, that wasn't it either. Okay, so it wasn't... Oh, wait a minute. This can't be it. My personal student number is engraved in the back of here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a UMA student at a university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. That's messed up. That's kind of funny. Imperial. Ah, the symbol of Yuma University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like this spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although, it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders. A sharp pin for a sharp line or something. That's kind of funny. Alright. Okay, hang on. I think I'm just gonna look through my, record again. Could this be it? No. Right. Wait a minute. Photograph? Oh. No, that's not it. Or wait. Hmm. Let's see. You're welcome. Wait a minute. Wait a second. I think I have to examine the photograph of the handbag again. Hang on. Let me see if I can find anything with the magnifying glass. Okay. Now let's examine the wait a minute. Oh, that's where I found it. Okay, I knew I wasn't crazy. I hope this is the piece of evidence right here. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Bottle of carbonated water The steak lunch that can be seen on the victim's table. It has that symbol though, doesn't it?
Yes!
There it is. What's this, Council? Yet another print? I knew I saw something previously in one of the pictures. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene... Oh, hold on. Wait, how do I turn up? Hold up. Hang on, everybody. Let me reload that real quick. I need to put autoplay on. Alright. Okay. So it's the crime scene photograph.
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
You hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. Uh-oh. You see, it's very clearly visible in this photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Well, yeah. Well, I'm gonna save just in case, but I do have the gist of it. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for this victim's burn? It's right here. I gotta make sure I got the right pixel. And present.
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah!
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. They are.
Ah!
Renosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Aochi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonoga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his rest on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aochi?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe it was left afterwards? I almost don't believe it. Renosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamed we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson So let's see. I want to say Dr. Wilson was already deceased, and maybe the burn was placed on there. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already?
Dead? Yep. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
No. This is Sparta. I mean, what? Order, 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 please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Auchi. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. Damn right.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Me either. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency,
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I could read that. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Oh, look at that. We can understand her. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? I guess. Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Okay. Cool. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of the English gentlemen. So I concede that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Pish posh to you too. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words in the matter. Things are getting interesting, Renosuke. It sure is. Aw, snap. The victim's truth. I mean, excuse me, the victim's death. The victim's death. Well, that's not a quotation. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques
probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Wow. Wow.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. Oh, stop that. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with our cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems in this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Eh, Yes, Your Excellency. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Cross-examination. All right. Here goes. What do you think, Renosuke? I don't know. I think this could be hard work. She can speak Japanese brilliantly, but she doesn't seem to want to say very much. The more she says, the more she's likely to give away. This English woman knows that only too well. She's quite formidable. Dr. Wilson's burn tells us something, I'm sure. I need to use this cross-examination to find out what. First things first, I'm going to press her on everything she said and try to make her blurt something out. What is it, Kazuma? What are you thinking? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing. Okay. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that.
Yes!
But his hand was on the soaring hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived in this courtroom, even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! That's funny. Haha, what's fun? You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Renosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? One moment. Let me check people. Josiah Brett, a British exchange student who was studying under the victim at Yume University's medical school. Okay. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Although? Although? Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table. I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. Oh, snap. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means, bless you. Liar. I think it means the exact opposite. It does. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. It's fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there was no other sign of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to that innocent man's life. But that doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchi is right. If there's some other way a man's life has been taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There will be physical traces of all those causes of death, that's true. Hold on. There will be physical traces after all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Auchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? Inferior? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it, isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is opening for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Huh? Dude coughed her. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Ah, a killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aoshi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Hmm. What do you think, Ryunosuke? What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, I suspect that she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But what that would mean, I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonoga. The detective. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If I might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself. Let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Alright, yeah, because I noticed that too. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand, with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts.
It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now. Renosuke, it's all to you. It's all to do with the witness marker. Oh. What marker? What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who is a person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with AD, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with AD and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Alright, so... Alright. So let's see. Alright, I see. So... Pursue?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Go on! What the? What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Attention!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault for her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. Huh? The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Huh? Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. The carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. Okay, let's see here. The carbonated water bottle has been entered. Okay, carbonated water bottle. The carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. Oh boy. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Alright. Hang on, everybody. Alright. Alright. Ahem. So... Alright, so let's check out our new piece of evidence. New evidence. Excellent work, Renosuke. I never even thought of pursuing another witness over the current witness's statements. That was a great idea of yours, Kazuma. Well, it was all thanks to you noticing that the detective had reacted strangely to what the lady said. I never had guessed he had all that bubbling away under the surface. To be honest, you keep surprising me at every turn. Sorry. Oh, never mind. So we know that Dr. Wilson was killed at around the time the steak was brought to his table, and by some means that left no physical trace on his body. If we could just demonstrate how it was done. Well, I do have one idea about that, about how the professor was killed. Maybe I should just present the evidence and see what happens. Sure, we will. We got the evidence, but which contradiction? Let's see. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Okay, we will. We're going to examine this bottle first. The label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. That's fine. That's kind of funny. Nothing there. Wait a minute. Hold it. Is that... Oh, never mind. That was like a reflection of something. I thought that looked like something else. All right. Okay. So nothing on the bottle. The carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. Hmm. Let's see. Hang on. Let me reload real quick. So let me see. Should we present the evidence on the carbonated water bottle?
Yes!
Yeah. Okay, I was right. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. And let's check the court record again. The carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Uh-oh. Is it poison? Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Of course. It could have poison. On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside it? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Maybe. Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to sip the poison and was able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Josiah Brett, it was you. Uh-oh.
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. That's right. Keep your politics out of here.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
Ahem. If I may, I will silence you for.
Oh, she just said, shut up. Dang.
I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on the lovely young. Shut up. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady.
Where did that come from?
She just snapped. Shut up.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure is all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience that this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry. Renosuke, I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Not like this. What? Who said hold it? You did. Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued. Whoa. Let me see. I'm just looking at my uptime. Alright, that was like about 2 hours for the second part, by the way. Okay, hold on. Hang on, everybody. This is actually perfect. Real quick. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna use the restroom one more time. Hey everybody, I have returned. Holy, I have returneth. Oh man, it looks like. Yeah, okay, here goes. I guess we're doing part three of this trial. This is insane. I'm just saying this in a good way, like as a compliment. The first trial, and this is and this is like wow. This is only the intro. This is pretty cool. Like it's a heck of a. It's really a hell of a whatchamacallit. It's really I'm just impressed so far for this first time playthrough as well. All right. Got my little assistant guy here. Okay then. Save complete. Here goes. All right. Save complete and continuing. This is amazing. I like that it keeps going in a good way because we're unraveling more and more about the mystery. Like I actually do want to, of course, I want to find out how it went down and who did it. I mean, we so far we obviously sort of know who's done it, but we'll see. 22nd November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Oh, well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ah, a judicial assistant and a woman no less. Hey, the rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law, other than to testify. That's a dumb rule. I know this is the 19th century, because I know things were probably different, you know? Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ah! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. Let me see something. People. Susato Mikotoba, 16. The judicial assistant of defense lawyer Kazuma Asogi. Oh. Interesting. Okay. 5 minutes. I will not allow moments more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Oh. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry. There's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What? What is it? A report about something? Written in English? It's Josiah Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory and the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh no, of course not. Oh no. Special characteristics of Curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting.
Curare.
Curare. Okay, that's what it's. Special characteristics of Curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare What's that? I've never heard that word before. Me either.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. Shut up.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail. But I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Jezail's report has been entered into the court record. A report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time at Yume University. Oh. Goodbye then, and good luck. Can we check that out right now? Synopsis. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Okay, South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Special characteristics, effects, instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Ooh. Practical applications. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Alright, that's insane. Whoa. Hold on. Alright. Just wanted to check a little something. Okay, here we go. Alright, there she goes. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Oh, please. We're gonna detain her until we find her guilty. I ask the prosecution and defense, now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Renosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. Yeah, we do. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you would grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely... They did that auto-scroll garbage again, of course. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... Okay. Forgive me, miss... hold up. But it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. Oh, snap. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Oh, this is easy. Why, Giselle's report. That was just handed to me.
Yes!
Miss Josiah Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University during research. Doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before, for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct, which means no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Nope. That's insane. Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authorized by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery!
What a word.
These aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. Really? I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there will be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, The paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles to control respiration. It causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. And that is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. That's messed up. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
Miss, this is all very convenient, isn't it? A Hithero, uh, unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
What in the world? What even is that word? Hang on. It's a formal adverb that means until now or up until this point in time. Just say what you mean. Hetero.
Hitherto.
Hitherto. Hitherto. Okay. Hitherto. Jeez.
A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
Ahem, if I may.
All these facts, you think you're so clever.
Thank you. Please thank you for telling him to shut up. Because he needs to shut up. Even though you're evil, I like that you're telling him to shut up. Because he needs to just shut up.
Shut up! All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some manner.
Yes.
It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady!
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea for some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Oh. Oh, look at that. That's a nice animation. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Whoa. Sorry. To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of all of it now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Farcical. Ridiculously absurd, wild, unreasonable, nonsensical, to the point of being laughable. Derived from the theatrical term farce. That's funny. Farcical.
Farcical.
Okay. Cheers. Fancy text. I like that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, what are you doing? Hmm. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. I guess she was just proving to us that, oopsie doodle, there's no poison. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no kurare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Okay. Alright. That's cool. That's cute. Alright. Hang on, everybody. I'm just, you know, checking up on other stuff and things. Alright. You look you look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Ah. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I would like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she... How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Renosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water. Hmm. Hang on. Okay, so let's look at the evidence real quick. There's gotta be poison. Well, I guess it's, yeah, we have all the clues now. Well, she just drank the water, and she's clearly not dead. It contains poison. It's got to. The culprit did put Kurari poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw.
Miss Brett drinking the water from it? That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained.
How, exactly?
Yeah, how? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have at the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Hang on. We're going to look at the evidence again closely. Let's look at the synopsis on the... Ah. Wait a minute. Oh. It's believed that the toxin could have an application as an anesthetic. Why, hello there, Mughal Abarda. Welcome to my stream. This is my first time ever playing this entry to the Ace Attorney series. I've been playing, you know, the Ace Attorney games since last year of December. I was like replaying some of the games, you know. I did the thing. Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. And ever since then, I was like, I'm gonna, you know, stream one Ace Attorney game a month. And that's what I've been doing. And there's only 3 games in the mainline series I never played. I never played the first game of the Great Ace Attorney. I never played the second game. And I've never played the second Miles Edgeworth game. So yeah, I've been really enthralled by this case so far. I've been really loving this case. And I've been figuring things out too. You're at the last case of the game. That's cool. Well, I hope you enjoy, cause yeah. But yeah, as for me, this is my first time going through this game, and it's been cool. This has only been the first case, and it's been awesome. I'm on the 3rd part of the first trial. I'm trying to figure out now what explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed. Now, hang on. Before I do that, I'm going to save one more time, and I'm trying to figure things out. It's an awesome franchise. Yeah, I know. I love this series, and I'm hoping, you know, Capcom, when they released that little report from last year, they quote-unquote said that, you know, they're going to bring out more Mega Man, more Devil May Cry, and more Ace Attorney. So, you know, I've been just playing these games. Like, again, I've replayed a couple. Like, there's a few that I've already, like, replayed. And it's also been several years. And it's been nice getting a refresher course. And I'm like, you know, ever since I got into streaming 2 years ago, I'm like, finally. Because I've owned this collection since it came out. I think they released this collection back in 2021. And, you know, for whatever reason, I just couldn't bring myself to, you know, I was kind of bled and I was drowning in backlog hell. So, you know, yeah, I'm hoping for, a seventh mainline game, I want to see more Phoenix, more Apollo, more Athena. I kind of want to see more of Athena personally. So yeah. But yes, thank you. Thank you very much for coming by. Um, let's see. I'm gonna look through all my evidence, what explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed. I think I might know. What explains how the witness was able to consume? How? I'm probably gonna pick probably the wrong answer, but that's why I saved. He was able. Okay. Oh, what explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Okay. How? Oh. Okay, I'm thinking two different things. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed? I'm gonna present this. The photo of the handbag.
Yes!
It seems the defense, or should I say, the wretched accused, is the only real source of complication in this case. You'll have to think harder than that, defendant. Okay. Sorry, Your Excellency. I'll try to find some better supporting evidence. You're making this complication more complicated than it needs to be. Alright, I'll do my best to find an answer that fits the facts. The defense, sorry, the wretched accused surely intends to assert this claim. But I must ask you this. Alright. Okay. That most likely I know wasn't it. I think it's gonna go back to the report. I did read the report, but I don't know if this might be it. We'll see.
Yes!
Yeah, I was right the first time. Like in my mind, I'm like, yeah. That was easy to figure out. Okay. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation.
No.
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Okay. Hang on. I'm going to save here. And I'm proud of save scumming. Have been doing it since the first game. Anyway, hang on. Let's see if I can get this right. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Hang on. I'm going to look at the court record again. I want to say... Hang on. It's either on the special characteristics or the practical applications. Instant paralysis when it's consumed. All right. Because I'm trying to think what just happened just now. Because she drank the water, she wasn't poisoned, but we're still accusing her that there is still poison. So I'm guessing she might have used from her research that the poison is an NS. I just saw the word. as a anesthetic. All right, so I'm guessing it's at the practical applications. It's written right here under practical applications, I think. Oh, really? Go on. Well, think about it. You want to know how the poison could be drunk without it taking effect. Ah, I think I got it right. That's a practical application of the poisons used as a drink, maybe.
Attention!
Uh-oh. That wasn't it. You'll have to do better than that. I shudder to think how we'll fare in the 20th century if we're led by the likes of you. At least I got funny dialogue out of it. Yes, yes. Bernoske. What? Read properly. Thanks for the concise evidence. Something that explains how the Englishwoman could have taken curare with no ill effects. I better reread her research paper and see if I can spot anything. Ah! You don't have any more of a clue about that English tone than I do. It's completely intractable. I concur. Okay. Alright. I know, it's like a 2 and 2 together. I'm not, you know. Hang on. I want to take a look. It's probably where it says in the special characteristics. Right. Oh, wait. Through a wound. Maybe it was from the wrist, I think? Because it could be the synopsis. Yeah. Okay, that was my second guess. I want to say it was like my first true answer, but yeah. It's alright. So far, I've only like slipped up 3 times, but I've been doing a good job figuring out the others. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though ingenious hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Ah, through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret it what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying, poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Oh, that's weird. What? What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh! Rapscallion! Oh my god, the swan is alive. And she called Renosuke a rapscallion. I like that word. Rapscallion. Well, Renosuke, it turns out You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it...
Shut up. Oh my god.
But I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in the book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kurare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Ah,
That's right.
good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order! Order in court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they will be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this Kurare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
Oof. Uh-oh. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Huh.
Oh my.
Objection!
Objection. I don't think so, Miss Josiah Brett.
How? How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Kurane? Let's see. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Kurane? Would it be because... Hang on. Sure. His time of death was shortly after 2 p.m. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Kurare? The medical report, maybe? Hold on. On the day of the murder, he couldn't eat nothing, but he was allowed to drink. Oh, wait. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Kurare? Hang on. I'm going to guess. Is it the medical record? Maybe? Present?
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. Okay, it was the medical record. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference. The toxic effects of kurare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. That's right. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. That's right. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Yeah. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day.
Ah,
So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? Yes. I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. What? You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, it could just slip. Oh no. Oh dear. How careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. That's messed up. No. No! Oh my god. What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle. And the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible. At once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady?
What? Oh yeah. Why hello there, Zophar. Yes, the council. Hello there. Um, I'm playing this entry of Ace Attorney for this first time effort, and I am really enjoying this, as you can clearly see. Like, this is all, like, new to me. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? Yeah, we see a bullet hole wound. The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day using Kurare. And then, in order to frame Renosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor. Once again, that's still one of the most dumbest things you can do in a crime scene. It's like, oh, what happened? Oh, a dead person. Oh, a gun. Let's touch it. Uh-oh. Handprints, fingerprints. Unless you were wearing gloves, or, you know, somehow removes your fingerprints, because that is a thing that you can actually do. You won't leave, you know, prints behind. Fingerprints behind, I mean. That's what I meant. And also, the culprit did that too in the first game in Case 4. You waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Oh yeah, that's right. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. Oh, that's messed up. That's a good accusation, I think. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. Ooh, first close-up shot of Kazuma. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Renosuke Naruhodo. Oh. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? No. The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. It was. Renosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. What? In my head? In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Yeah. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Oh, everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What? What I saw, what I felt, every color. Oh, and that's the English wording for... Wait a minute. A blood stain? Either that's a ketchup stain or a blood stain. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Yeah, there's gotta be. There's a clue. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Renosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. What a word. Whatever it is, could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... First and foremost, we're going to save our progress. And we're obviously going to point out to the freaking blood stain, right? Or the ketchup stain. It's gotta be. Watch it be like the steak itself. No. Clearly, it's right there. Also, hold on. Let's double check something. I want to check the court record. Because we do have a picture of this, right? Yeah. Sort of. You can almost see it. The stain. Well, sort of. But yeah, this has got to be it. Present.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? Oh, he's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute! What? What? Shut him up again, that's funny. Wait a minute! Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. Okay. What? I hope it's not like blood from the steak, like medium rare or just raw. Nah. Nah, it was, but for the record, that did look like a nice, good, well-cooked steak. Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. That's cool. We saw the first close-up of Kazuma, and now this is the first close-up of Renosuke. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Desile Brett. I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Hold it. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. Oh, I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. About that. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. I'm sorry. When he just said that, you know, in the name of justice, that pose, I was reminded of Bobby Fulbright from, you know, Dual Destinies. Except, well, if you all know, you know everybody. In the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Oh, look at this, everybody. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Oh, wow. Man. I can't wait to get some dinner after this. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. Oh no. There's no blood stain. But no. That's impossible. Oh no. The blood stain should be over here. To the left. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. Yeah, it was right there. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Hey. Ah! I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Oh no, Renosuke. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The plate of steak has been entered into the court record. Plate of steak. The meal Miss Brett ordered for lunch. It was removed from the victim's table after the incident. Oh man. Was the plate I saw, or I thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? No. We can examine it. This is it now. I've lost. Renosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself, really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Yeah, good idea. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Hang on. Let's examine it right now. Alright. This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? No, it's a bull, dude. It's a cow. Yeah, it's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? Yep. All right. Oh. Huh? What the? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoi era, I believe. No, I don't mean what it is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoi Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoi Koban. That's right. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... Yeah, this means... I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoi era, too. That will make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look. What? Are you thinking of eating it? No. But the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Yeah. Is there anything else aside from that? Okay. But is that relevant? Because I know they talked about the coin a while ago. Right. That is so weird. Alright. That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Yeah, there's another clue. We found it. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. Yeah, we do. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court for what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? It's under the steak. It's right here. Do I have to point it out?
Got it!
Got it. No, Counsel, I'm afraid that won't do. That was ambiguous at best. Oh no, I couldn't save there either. When you're asked to identify a detail like this, you must do so knowing there is a penalty for mistakes. Oh man, my bad. The answer's right there in front of me. I'm sure of it, so there's only one thing to do. Turn this steak over and over until I find something to help me out of this mess. Counsel for the defense. You will now clearly show the court. But yeah. Yeah, I can't believe they didn't let me save there. All right. Um, we're gonna try the sauce. No, we're gonna try here. This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. Yeah. Okay, we know that. Okay, so it's not the steak itself. Really? Not the steak itself? You're kidding me. Okay, so it's not the steak. What if it's the emblem? I don't know. Where precisely on this plate of beef steak is this new clue to be found? New clue. Is it on the emblem?
Got it!
No, that's not it. Is it the sauce? Maybe? Okay, I'll just save it right here. Where in the world do they expect me? What am I not looking? I'm gonna feel so, like, silly. Is it right here?
Got it!
No, it's not. Okay. Hang on. I'm gonna take a good long look. Well, not too long. Maybe it's the way the bite marks? Hmm. Did I not examine the steak before, though? Did I not point at the steak? Oh my god, I had to click on it again. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark is from the Hoi era, I believe. No, I don't mean what it is. I mean, what it's doing there. Wait, did you say it was? Yeah. Okay, we know this. No, okay, we know this dialogue. Where precisely on this plate of beef is this new clue to be? Okay, that was dumb. I know I looked at the steak beforehand, but anywho, it's right here. This has got to be it.
Got it!
Got it. Oh, look at that. It's a bloody Koban coin too, or marinate it. Good gracious, that's Koban? What on earth? A Hoi era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
Don't tell me to shut up. What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want to know part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoi Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Kolban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
Oh no.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Yes, shut up.
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Oh hell no. Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Well, I should know this one, but I'm going to save it right here. Just in case. Because this dude right here was looking for the coin. There it is. The owner of the Rasute, Kuryo Kurekuta. He was hunting the Hoei era coin at the time. Obviously.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Kiuryo Korekuta-san. Kiori, as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant. Correct. Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, but what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoei era Koban, my prized coin. Yeah, he was looking for his coin. Then this Hoei era Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, please, why would Korekuta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand, so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Jeez. Now we gotta bring back these witnesses? I can't believe we come back around to that pair again. I agree. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Yeah, so many twists and turns. Oh my god. Oh, it's that dude. There he is. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Idol? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Yeah.
Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence.
Be that as it may, Korekuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, That auto scroll garbage again. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this Kolban be? Wow! Yes, yes, yes. That's. Oh, look at the baby's face. That's kind of funny. That's a good face. That's yes. That's it. The one. The very one. The very exact one that it is. The dagger. The resplendent, splendiferous Hoy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. Misplacing on a stake. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where? Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. This is a sandwich? This is soaking? This is seriously? Yes. Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoey treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who could do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts, targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in the undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurakuta-san's koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurakuta-san's koban and hid it under the steak? Oh. Let's see. Was it... Was it this guy, maybe? Or was it her? I mean... I don't think she would have a reason for it, but anyway.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Ayesanosa. Right, he was with him. And they were talking, yeah, about the coin. The baby. Look at the baby. What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido is the mastermind behind all this. What? You're accusing the baby? Come on now. What's going on here? Yes, I'm speechless right now. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? Yeah, right? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Yeah, it's messed up. Eh. Wow! Clippity clop. Clippity clop. That's a lot. Oh my god. Oh, the baby. How cute. Idol. Nippon Imperial Army. Sergeant Ayesa Nosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Oh, stuffing the baby down. Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why he was stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worrying, believable. And your target that day was the old man and his Koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. When that dude got shot. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Oh boy. My goodness. And there's 4 people. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. The death of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of beef, under a lump of meat, the sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork,
It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning the witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Wait. And good day. Renosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Renosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yeah. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? Okay, hold on. Let's see. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? Let me see. Is it not there? Is it? Oh. Oh, there it is. Right here. There's a fork and knife here. I hope this is it.
Take that!
The photographic prints of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. Yay! What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Yep. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and a fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, There are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh. Ah,
It looks like Miss Brett has realized something.
so, if the witness, as she claims, couldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Attention!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was... Oh, God. Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her.
Uh-oh. Is she looking a little bit flustered here? A new animation?
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. Yeah, shut up. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will be all over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to... Shut up. I've heard enough, you irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers?
Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her.
Vernosky, do you know where you're going with this?
Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day.
I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us?
Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes. I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Shut up!
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? One too many. You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. The evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Attention!
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case.
Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Why... I want to say it's Susato Miko Toba, because she had something
And a furoshiki cloth or something?
Take that!
Counsel, I'm disappointed, as this is likely your last chance. I would expect you to be taking it more seriously. Ah, it seems you need some waking up. Perhaps the penalty will help focus your mind. Whoops. Ah, now we've come this far. There's nothing more to say. There's one person in particular who's provided us with various pieces of evidence already. You have plenty of clues that point to the right answer. This is the last act of this trial. You have Center Sage, Renosuke. Alright, my bad. It wasn't Susato. That wouldn't make a lick of sense. That was a dumb move on my part. So let's see. Oh, duh. This dude right here. Satoru Hosunaga. Yeah.
Take that!
My mind was elsewhere. Sorry, everybody. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? Yes. That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korekuta-san's coin, he told us that he'd flip it under the steak. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over. You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, oh, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. Why don't you put it in your pocket or something? So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, Prosecutor-san.
What now? What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah. Uh-oh. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slap of tough meat, it can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. Hang on, everybody. Wow, so many people are on at the moment. Hang on, everybody. I'm just, scoping out who's doing what. All right. No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to have such a problem for you. No?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers?
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. Oh yeah! On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson. There was a clear splattering. There was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further, Inspector. You will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Oh my God. Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Boom, there it is, baby. The blood stain. The blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ah! It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Ah, um, that's right, Miss Jesiah Brett. It's you! Uh, Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. Oh. Oh, yes. Is this her breakdown? Yeah. Aw. It's got little chicks. What? Oh, look at the chicks, everybody. This is adorable. Oh, look at the little black one. Oh, what in the world? And then she just flew away. Oh, there she is. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court that what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using karate. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because karate is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only intended to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water. It would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone. And leave immediately, however. Before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That will be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Oh. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and I got up to leave.
That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun, as I had intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up... Dang. That's when you shot the professor, with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead. Yeah, he was already dead. He got poisoned. Yeah, because it was... Yeah. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed that Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd pick up the gun. Messed up. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Would have been nice if they showed like some art of her doing the deed afterwards. Oh well. Your Excellency. Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. What? I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. No. Nah, dude. You committed murder. Hell no. You are awful. And who knew that the first culprit was going to be female, too? It would, like, yeah. Like, I mean, I'm talking about, like, the first, like, crime of the series, if we're going by, you know, timeline. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Takatsuchi Aochi does not lose. Too bad. First time for everything. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You'd better start getting used to tough opposition. Renosuke Naruhodo. Well, yes. This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Man, he is so cool. Take that. Kazuma's awesome. Like, so far, he's like my favorite character for this, like, you know, era. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial, in the Supreme Court of Japan, will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Renosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like?
I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Renosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Wow. Oh, look at this. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Renosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Oh, look, confetti. Confetti cherry blossoms, I guess? Cool. This court is now adjourned. Woo! My goodness. Thank you, thank you. 22nd November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants Antechamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Renosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Oh. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Yeah, she came clutch. Your kind words should really be for my father. Oh, I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Miko Toba, judicial assistant to the defense. Speaking of Miko Toba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Oh, good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Miko Toba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now, besides. It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Oh, watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already, with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Jezail Brett, I mean. After all. To Jezail Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's a true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? What? Shanghai? Jezail Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosanaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? Yeah. What is all that about? Oh, excuse me. We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now, that we've signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. That's messed up. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. What? I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make a change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor, you're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Renosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. But in that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. Um, you're Detective Hosal Naga-san, aren't you? Ahem, ahem. Let's not worry about the details for now. Yeah, you're coughing up blood, dude. To La Carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. Oh. So Josiah Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. That's messed up. Kazuma. Yes, Renosuke? I just want to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made a difference though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one, destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, don't be serious. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all, because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry, what do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Renosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes, in the courtroom, you could really be backed to a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Renosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is? Ah, you're still here, are you?
Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah, yes. That too. So my very first trial came to an end. Hazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And I guess we're gonna find out as I continue to play this game for the next few days. So that's awesome. Man, that was a strong opener. Save your current progress. Yeah. Defense debut. Alright, we're gonna save our game here. Save complete. And then we're gonna go back. Yeah, that's gonna do it. Oh my god. That was impressive. I really liked it. Really, really liked it. Okay, so hold on. I want to look up something, everybody. I wanted to look up like some name trivia and stuff. I usually like doing that at the end. Let's see. So, hmm, interesting. Actually, nah. Maybe I shouldn't look up at anything because, like, I don't want to get spoiled. I don't want to run into like accidental spoilers. So I usually like to touch up like on name trivia at the end. You know what their puns mean and stuff. But I think I'll pass. Maybe I'll do that like after I'm done going through the first game. But yeah, this was good. I am impressed. I am very impressed with this game. I can't believe I've been sitting on this for so long. I mean, normally I'm usually on top of like an Ace Attorney game, you know, when it comes out. But yeah, I'm glad I'm sharing my first time experience with you all with this one. All right then. How does one? I guess I could go to options and exit game. Yeah, finish playing the game. Yes, or I could just close it right there. All right then. That's gonna do it for me, everybody. Um, I'm gonna go and find ourselves a raid target. I think I have somebody in mind already. I'm gonna switch gears actually. I would normally raid out to somebody that will be streaming at this time, but I think I'm just gonna go on out to somebody else. Cause like I figure, they are a fellow they're a fellow whatchamacallit. They're a fellow Ace Attorney enjoyer as well, you know? I mean, yeah, so we're gonna do that. But yeah, hey there. So short list today of people to thank. But hey, better than no list, right? Right. So hey Viper Snake, thank you. Thank you for making my list.
because I like to thank people, at the end of my stream. And I guess it's fine. I'm not gonna try and dwell on anything. I got the dwell. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes it's one of those days where you win some, you lose some, but it's fine. It's okay. It's all good. Don't pay no mind to me. I'm just whatever. I'd like to thank Chuckman and Mughal Abarda. I thank you very much for coming by, Zofar and Viper Snake. Thank you everybody for watching me go through this game. This was pretty cool. And and this is my game that I'm gonna be going through, as in like I've been doing one Ace Attorney game a month. I've been sticking with it, and this is special to me too because like right now. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed. And I try my best to I like to like voicing characters is fun too, and yeah, I like to try to be like as authentic as possible, or I don't know, or I try to be. But anywho, I got somebody to go on out to. Everybody, we're gonna read on out to Big Top Tanuki, Kentaro, and he's continuing his playthrough of Castlevania Bloodlines. It's his first time. He's been doing a side project of his own too. Like he's been going through not only like the Resident Evil series, he was also going through Katamari recently, and he's been doing Castlevania too. And so far he has been successful in taking down Castlevania NES, Simon's Quest, Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest, Castlevania D Dracula's Curse. He did Super Castlevania 4, and now he's on Bloodlines. And he's playing with John Morris. A fine choice. I mean, I'm more of an Eric Lacard guy, but he's easy mode, but Johnny Morris, he's cool too. All right, everybody. We're gonna go on out to a hot jam. Let me see. Uh, Hang on. Let me see. Yeah, I got it right here. Okay, Boosh, be gone. That was my cat, Boosh. Hang on. Do I still have it? Ah, it's okay. All right, anywho, I'm gonna get the raid ready, and I'll press enter. And everybody, I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I'm gonna be back tomorrow with case two. Case two. It's what was the title? Oh yeah, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Interesting. Most interesting. All right then. Well, we shall be doing that then. All right then. I'm gonna press enter. We're gonna read on out, and here we go. Um, Thank you all for watching. Remember to go in peace, and I'll see you all in court again tomorrow. Yeah. Here's my little guy. He's cosplaying as Kazuma. Kazuma's awesome. I like him. He's like my favorite character so far. I can't wait to see how the other characters are and how they'll grow and stuff. Renosuke's alright. Well, I'm sure, he'll come into his own. Yeah.